We have yet to find a trail in the Nether. We're kinda going to an overworld trail that was going exactly 45 degrees. But if we pick up something else in the Nether, I'll probably follow that. Yo, what's up, dude? How have you been? Saw your comments on the video. Yeah, that one was just a base I had found and toured. I hadn't actually built there, so I don't really know how long it took. I actually haven't gone back there in a minute. I should check it out. And I walked through like every building. Hopefully like the members of the base, if it gets grief, they could come back and watch it and be like, that was my room. Thought it would be cool. Yeah, I'm pretty far out. I just hit the end of this 1.12 trail that turned out to be like this. Just like 4 double chests of armor, or horse armor, and saddles. So basically nothing. So now I'm trying to find something else. How have you been? Yes, I'm base/stash hunting right now. I'm trying to pick up another trail. How have you been though? Hey, well, enjoy your food. Yeah, I made some tacos tonight. You know what's crazy is I know that the person who made the song It's Raining Tacos is Perry Grip. I used to listen to that as a kid. It's so funny you mentioned that. The classical kid song. It's crazy that some people will join 2B2T and actually believe that like it's hard to find new chunks, but like the second you get more than 1 million blocks out, it's mostly new chunks. And we finally hit a trail. So we can follow it. Bearton cannot decide where to go. This J-Web guy is not having a good day. I have it in the top left. I'm about 5 million in total. Yeah, I'll update the top left whenever I move in and away from spawn. But now I'm about 5 million out. Looking for something decently sized. I'm not gonna lie. What's up, Hoagie? Welcome back. Again. Good to see you. How have you been? Just doing some hunting, pretty far out today. Whistler, I've heard that name a lot from the few people I know who enjoy the snow sports. I have 90% active viewers. I'm not actually sure what that stat means, if you're being completely honest. If I'm being completely honest. And boarding is fun. I've never boarded, I've just skied a couple times. I love warm weather though, so I'm not the biggest fan, but I have tried it. But it looks really fun. Now being out in the cold and getting snow in your gloves, count me out. Sorry. That's just how it be though. This was kind of sus, honestly. Okay, it was obviously this natural terrain that looked suspicious. But there was nothing. But this is very strange trail. This might just go in a circle over here. We can just go through. Yeah, I thought so too. It looked a little fishy, like there had been a broken portal there, but Gaston range with Netherrack. Normal. Not yet. I think I'll unlock a membership soon, which would be cool, but not at the moment. Save your money, as Ranch would say. But yeah, today was just a chill Friday. Got off from work, watched a little bit of sports, and hopped on the 2B2T. Didn't know that was a schematic. Hotkey? Yeah, maybe someday, but not at the moment. So this trail splitting is a little concerning. He's there to block where I have coordinate information on in my game, so I know which way I'm going. I might change it eventually. I just like that picture. And a lot of people ask, some people think that it's like a fake face cam, which is kind of funny. But yeah, it's just to block the coordinates that I have on screen. I don't think so. I think I turned off. There was someone saying some Wordle stuff which looked like it, but I have all coordinates in chat turned off right now. It looks like it, but yeah, I have Dash Finder, which leaks chords off. Activated spawner detector, I have display chords turned off. And then I don't have base finder on for, so it just shows has found, and yeah. Sorry, which I have done that before. Luckily it was at an empty stash, so it didn't matter. But yeah, I've learned at this point I have a pretty good idea of what exactly can leak coordinates. Like if I were to throw an ender pearl, I might leak coordinates with like PvP info, if I'm not mistaken. Also, all the waypoints, this is just my stash hunting account, so there's nothing of value at the waypoints, even if my current coordinates got leaked and people were able to tell where the waypoints were at. It's nothing I would lose. So that's been said before, but yeah, you do have to be very careful streaming on TVTT. It's really easy to leak your shit. And this amount of loaded chunks in the nether is, I don't know. It could be good, it could be bad. The way they're not all working together makes me concerned that it's a hunter and he just got lazy following, like I've done a couple times. But who knows? Now I'm stuck. Yeah, one time when I was searching, I was just base hunting, and I ran across some chests. There was nothing in the chest, but the meteor stash finder popped up in the bottom right and said there was a stash at XYZ coordinates. So I leaked the coordinates to the random chest, but I learned never have that on. So it was a good learning experience with it activating for nothing. Like, this is just annoying because there's the hunter probably. Oh, god darn it. Yeah, auto disconnect if you have priority queue is actually pretty useful, just because you get a little bit of invulnerability and you get back in enough time to eat a gapple. So it's always useful. A lot of people won't have it on and will just carry a lot of totems, but most of the time I use my inventory for rockets and elytras. Okay, like, this is technically a little bit fishy, but like, I just don't know. Like, somewhere in here. Like here. Priority queue. It's just you can instantly join pretty much. Even when disconnecting and reconnecting instantly, there's only a short wait time. Yeah, there's no skip here. Which the fact that there's no skips. Hopefully that's a good thing. Yeah. I agree, it's just weird that the trail going this way ended. 2 went up already though, so maybe that's where this one's going back to the other trails. It's 11:20 for me, Central Time. I'm wondering how the delay, because I answered that question pretty much as soon as I saw it pop up in the chat. I tried a new, like, ultra low latency streaming mode. So what I do will pop up sooner to y'all. So I'm curious what the delay is like. Like if you type a number, I'll say the number and then you see what the delay is between you typing it and me saying it. I'm honestly surprised this music isn't giving me any copyright issues. I can't fully understand you. English is my second. Oh, no problem. Don't worry about it. What's your first language? Do you live in Russia or a surrounding country? I found some guy from Georgia base a couple weeks ago and talked to him on Discord. It was pretty cool. Oh, not blocked him. I talked to him. We talked about like the war between Russia and Ukraine and some US. I talked to him about, he was curious about people getting canceled in the US and like if I know anyone at school who got canceled. It was just funny. This spot is actually suspicious. I'm gonna go back and check. But I don't think there'll be something here. Just because there is a chance this is what a portal spot would look like. Correct, the red zone is new, brand new. So this like little indentation here, there could have been a portal at this. At the edge of this lava here. And if I just missed the base, I would be incredibly sad, so gotta check. But no, there is nothing here. Just let it fully load. But there was nothing. So we go back to following. Yes, it did not want me to leave. Through flight. Shouldn't be that long of a dig. Unless I get stuck by anti-AFK in a hole. And accidentally open a schematic again. Out here, probably a couple hours at the minimum. But like I said, my trail is coming from this one I followed, which is coming from this 1.12 trail, which was just this little shack out here with barely anything. So I already found something on the main trail I was following. And now I'm looking for new trails, and this one is multiple trails all kind of converging, which is a good sign. If it's people going to a stash. If it's hunters following another trail, it's not so good. And this just doesn't look right, like it went this way. It looks like it was supposed to go the other way. Unless the portal was here, which I guess, let me check first. Like right here. Oh. Nope. Yeah, we got some Nintendo classics and somehow no copyright. They don't give a fuck for some reason. Very nice. YouTube. Oh, okay, well, I have a feeling that whatever was here is not here anymore. Just judging by the amount of portals that are here. Okay, let us fly around in the overworld some and hopefully find whatever is supposed to be here. Yeah, I have a search on for a lot of stuff. So if there was anything underground, I would see it. Plus ESP on for a lot of stuff. And this thing that says 500k overworld is not 500k in the overworld. It was, I'm following a diagonal trail, and it was 500k down the diagonal trail that I calculated. Which is where I'm heading to in the end, if I don't find any other things to follow, but... Here we've got ourselves something to follow. Yeah, nothing yet. And this looks like a one-person trail. I'm being completely honest. Cold or arrow bone, they're digging around a little bit, but I don't see anything. Doesn't look like anything. There's a good sign, but nothing yet. And you gotta love vanilla E-Flight. Yeah, lots of trail here, but nothing yet. Yeah, there is the mod you see on the left below my mini-map is an infinite elytra flight in overworld, but it's kind of slow, and I have lots of rockets, so I don't necessarily need to use it, but I'll demonstrate it here. It kind of does the, I'm just using rockets to make it faster, but they're not required. It does the bob and weave, the dip and dive to maintain height, which is pretty sick. But yeah, I will not be using it. It's kind of slow, and I have rockets. Not required. No, I'm not close to that guy. Okay, of course I have to check. These. These loaded chunks are kind of promising, you know? But there's nothing. Yeah, probably not. And I mean, I kind of do it while I'm AFK at night. I just e-fly to find trails. You know, I also kind of feel like the best bases are going to be so hard to find. You'd have a higher chance of just stumbling across them in the overworld than searching through the nether for them. But maybe that's not the case. That's my lazy mindset. I want to believe that that's true. But yeah, it probably is very possible, Poggy. One of my friends, who's a software developer, said he might help me make some stuff for 2B2T once he's done with a project or two and has time. Once there's an exploit that comes out that can be abused or something along those lines. Just waiting for the right time. Like, there's a 0% chance that there's going to be anything in these barrels, but might as well check. Yep. I have hope that there might be something this direction. Once you found a 112 village and no one was there. Interesting. That's just one of those 2B2T terrain oddities. Oh, this loaded train is a lot more promising. I bet you there's gonna be a grinder any second now. In the water? No mob grinder? I was ready for it. That was like the perfect. There has to be one around here. Well, there is something here at least. That's good. These are all loaded chunks, so we definitely have a find. Yeah, I just went the wrong way down the trail out of the portal. Oh, here it is. Oh my goodness. Are there any signs? This has to be empty, right? There's no way there's stuff in here. There's no way there's stuff in here, right? Yeah, I knew it. Ah, so sad. They really left a helmet, a chest plate. I'm gonna look through each and every one of these, by the way, but this is sad hours. Oh my goodness, this is so sad. Finding this is just depressing. And there are no signs. Back windows. Yeah, not on a stick. That is crazy, unfortunate, and sad. I am gonna grab the scraps though because I'm salty. Like, fuck that shit. Yeah, of course I'm gonna leave a sign. What do y'all think? Do I look through every single chest on the unstacker set? I am gonna do it. Fuck it. Oh no, it's all hoppered, right? Yeah. There's no point. Well, that is sad and so depressing. But that's something. Well, this is sad. But it is what it is. Okay, well, I guess I might as well look around. Never know if I hid something in a dungeon. Now we have the activated spawner detector. $83KX, what's up? How are you? AAA. I don't know what that means. BBB, CCC, DDD. I'm already winning. Y'all are behind. You never know if there are any scraps left behind. Oh, look at that. Ender chest and obsidian. You know what that means? Absolutely fucking nothing. Wow, wow, I'm salty. Nice. Just stay out of whatever drama Melon Men attract. Because there will be more drama. It's a group on 2B2T. I used to be in the Melon Men until they kicked me out. It's a long story, but I was talking to some people in Discord that they're not friends with, and they determined that they didn't like me talking to them so much that they were gonna kick me out of Melon Men. I don't get it, but that's what they decided to do, so... I don't know, I just think it's weird. But it is what it is. I'm preparing a Discord that I'll probably be advertising on my next stream, which I'm going to run. I think I mentioned it last stream as well, called the 2B2T Geocaching Collective. And it will be open for everyone to join. As you visit and share more things that you find on 2B2T, you'll rank up and then get access to more screenshots of stuff with coordinates once you become trusted and stuff like that for hunting. That's the plan, at least. And it really doesn't feel like there's anything else out here. I am sad that that entire stash is empty, but I think that this was the end of all of those items, sadly. Oh, As soon as I say that I find a dead body. Golden apple. Is there anything else in here I want? Rockets, an elytra. Oh, they had another right pick. Maybe they died to these zombies, probably. They did not leave anything in the chest, though. Yeah, you would think that off the bat, but once you're away from spawn, it just becomes Minecraft with a chat. Single player with chat, as lots of people like to say. And I'm pretty relaxed right now. I think there's a portal over here I will go to. But yeah, pretty sure all of that just led to that stash, which is now gone. Sadly. With no signs. No signs is kind of crazy too. It was probably, if it was sold to a shop, it would have shop signs. It probably was found by a good hunter who just did not care enough. Enable here. Okay, now for the boring part, unfortunately, of finding a new trail. But I am going to count that as a geocache. I forgot to up the counter. I think I can hunt something, it's just hard. I tried once and couldn't. Yeah, it requires a lot of patience. Lots of patience. I like Paul Steve described it as we're the Buddhist monks of the gaming world, stash hunters. Just patiently following a trail for hours and hours and hours. Until we reach enlightenment, aka the stash. There's a risk of finding nothing, yes, and that's the most common outcome, is nothing. Like, I mean, you just saw the entire process of me finding that what would have been like a 200 dove stash, but it was all moved. Like, I went, I followed a trail until I found the portals. I went through and followed the more trails. I did pass this other trail, but I went to get a little bit further away from the last trail, so... Man, we actually got Gerudo Valley in this mix. That's crazy. Sometimes it does dumb things, but this is more than acceptable. Yes, Baritone is one of the greatest inventions, in my opinion. There's just like a decent amount of stuff that I'll just set Baritone to do and walk away and make food. It's just a great invention. I'm gonna refill rockets real quick here. Empties. Okay, now I get out rocketos. Yes, I am using Zero's World Map and Zero's Plus. Yeah, the settings, you have all these chunk highlight settings. Here's what I have, which is mostly just default config. Palette new chunks on. You don't need liquid new chunks. Liquid new chunks and palette new chunks search for the same thing. So it's one or the other, and palette new chunks is way better. And then you need old chunks also on. But that's the main settings I have. I like to keep it bare bones. Some other people will have like the portal skip setting on, or they might have some other new chunks option on, but that's what I keep it to. But yeah, we just came from, found some portals, and this was, here you can see the chest lining, and this was staircased unstacker. About 200 dubs in total, but it was all empty, unfortunately. So now we're looking for a new trail, / heading towards an overworld trail I was following earlier. Yeah, I just checked, and on my main and my alt account, I have just over 9 months of playtime. So I'm close to a full year of 2B2T gaming somehow. What are you talking about? Hello, Danger. How are you? We're about 5 million out on TBTT. Just found an empty stash and looking for a new trail. Oh yeah, I think it's cool. Just stacking up them hours. Yeah. I just read that guy who said he spent it mining Deep Slate with Silk Touch and realizes he has to mine it without Silk to get cobbled Deep Slate. I feel like that happens to everyone. You mine Deep Slate with Silk by accident and realize Silk's Deep Slate is just useless. Cobbled Deep Slate is where it's at, sadly. Yeah, it's been like a year and 5 months since it updated to 1.19 from 1.12. So quite a few stuff has changed in Minecraft as well. Yes, this is the baritone flying for me, Danger. It has an integration with the minimap, so I can right-click anywhere on the minimap and tell it to baritone fly for me or baritone walk for me there. It is very useful. And yes, Spare. eFly, Boost eFly did get patched, which I'm very sad about. And by stasis exploit, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Kumi, if I'm being completely honest. Like an ender pearl coordinate exploit, or what? Yeah, it is crazy. I did not expect it to work this well whenever I first saw the YouTube video showcasing it. I download the beta and it works like this, just like no configuration needed. It's crazy. Hey Servio, nice to see you. What's up, what's up? We're looking for a new trail. I just came from an empty stash. Yeah, that's been kind of memed about. I'm honestly more worried about ender pearls whenever they update them to load chunks. I'm worried that that's gonna cause issues. Just because whenever Mojang or slash Microsoft updates Minecraft, they are not thinking about 2B2T. And the people that abuse the mechanics down to their very lines of code on 2B2T. So it's dangerous. Once it updates, I'll probably stay away from my stash for a bit. So he's been out for a long time where it can fly for you. Yeah, probably over a year at this point. It was like a 1.19 invention, I think. I hope they don't. Yeah, the problem is, it's just like the admins of 2B2T have probably been working with the developers of Paper and, you know, whatever plugins are being used to run a server with this many people on it, this stably, to patch dupes and stuff. JSS Storm, one small stash with like 2 shulkers, so it's not even a stash, just 2 shulkers and a 200 dub empty unstacking station. So 2 finds, both were empty, unfortunately. So we're looking for a new trail / going to an overworld trail right now. Yeah, I mean, it was just like as simple as we went through a portal and flew around these overworld trails, and it was just like right here in this big loaded chunk. You can even see it here, all the under chests. Found something too, a small base. Yeah. I mean, I've been hunting under 1 million for quite a while, and found like a 10 dub stash the other day on stream. It's probably somewhere in my last stream spot if you look it up if you were curious, but yeah, it was a 3-person stash. Had a bunch of netherite kits, which was very nice. Yes, I am lucky. I'm about to start handing out more kits. No, I agree with you. It is all luck. Stash hunting is 95% luck, 5% skill. And that 5% skill just like helps you gain little bits of percentages on your dice rolls. It's like if you're really skilled, instead of rolling a 1 in 36 when you need to roll a 36, you're like rolling a 1 in 34 when you need to roll a 34. It like just makes you slightly more likely. But yeah, it is a lot of luck. But yeah, I'm in a point where I can just hunt and build and do whatever I want. Honestly, I might take a break from 2B2T once my stash gets found. It does, but Dungeon X-Play is not patched. I don't think that's something they can patch, honestly. But I've been using it to find a decent chunk of stuff, so I'm not complaining. What's good, Howard? So, like, I mean, obviously there's... Okay, the Hertz shop thing is a bit overblown. Like, Nox Shop made a video that claims they lost $5,000 because of that exploit. I do not think that is correct. Like, yes, shop orders were hidden in dungeon chests and stuff like that, but the vast majority of stuff I've found has not been shop orders. It's just been finding people's stashes that they've hid around grief bases mostly. Oxycode on Fenty. I'm using Rusher Hack and a Meteor. What's up, teacher? Can you just time the tick when to leave the spawn radius? Yes, but it's hard. And I mean, if I do hide stuff, I'm going to try to do that. but I think it was only a module on Mio for like a year, and it wasn't very well known about, so I don't think anyone gave a fuck about timing the tick of the fucking mob spawner when leaving it. Like, I know I didn't whenever I used to find stashes and hide them in dungeons. Except I portal skipped for most of my dungeon stashes, so unless someone's portal skipping, they'll have a hard time. How far do I go for a genuine 5 dub stash on TB2T? I've had 0 luck at 500k. I found a 5 dub stash as little as 400k and as far away as like 17 million. So there is quite a large range, but I would personally search around, I agree with Howard, I'd search around 1 million. People, I'd go like 100k off of 1 million, like 120k off the access or less, and just like fly parallel to the access. That would be my advice. Fly parallel to the access till you find a trail. You think that close to the highway, Howard? I mean, if you're looking for dungeon stashes, maybe, but I know I've looked close to the highway too, but most of what I've found has been like a dub or 2 in dungeons. Most above ground stashes I feel like are at least, you're gonna travel at least like 10k in the nether. Whatever you say. Yeah, the problem with older shit close to the highway is those were actually found with no comm. Oh, God. This does happen sometimes, where you just fly into a wall because of baritone. And if you don't have auto disconnect on, sometimes it'll just keep flying and pop you. So I do like to have. I found 3 dubs with your tips when I last tuned in, if you remember. Well, see, there you go. It just takes patience and luck and the right direction. How far would you go for dungeon stashes now? It's been 2 weeks. Personally, I think anywhere under 1 million, just within 30k of a highway. As long as it's been loaded, there's a chance for a dungeon stash to be there. I'm just thinking, like, if someone's distributing stuff along a highway, they're going down a highway, going off 500 to 1500 blocks in random directions, portaling and hiding their shit. So just flying around in the overworld around those coordinates, I've had good luck. It's not the aggregate from spawn, but the distance from the traveled areas. Of course, the closer to spawn and the closer to highways, the more false positives you're gonna get, but on a 15 dubs dash from 2017 once. I'm at 200k. Yeah, that's about right, what I'd say. I don't know anything about 2v2t. This gameplay is actually crazy. Yeah, this is the boring part when I'm looking for player activity. Right now there's no player activity, but once I find some, we'll be able to actually follow. Yeah, I don't know, but if you look at the GitHub for Trouser Streak, which is the Meteor plugin that has the public stash or dungeon stash finder, the daily downloads went up by like 7x whenever FitMC released his video. Well, yeah, he's like a base Java user. He's a Java, but like, what do you recommend to use to get that same thing if I don't want to bother writing something myself. It's just plug and play, it's not that bad. Yeah, Mio is ratted, I believe, in my personal opinion. If the NC is entertaining but just says bullshit, yes. I know firsthand the NC just makes up some stuff. What do you mean when you say trail? Can you see player place blocks and such? The minimap in the top left, the red here, everything is covered in red. That means this is the first time it has been loaded. So I'm going through brand new terrain, but there are areas that are clear, like right here, you can see this clear line. That means someone has loaded it before. That's what I mean by trails, following where someone has loaded before. Just rumors. He claims he finds exploits. Yeah, but to be fair, a lot of the stuff he takes from other people, he gives credit and has permission from them to put them in his module. So, and I do agree, Kumi, he does grief normal servers, which I am not a fan of. But it is what it is. How is Mio a rat? Well, one of the developers of Mio has released a ratted client publicly before. And so people don't trust it because of that. Although people will also say Mio is a paid client, so they have no reason to rat their customers or just for block game coordinates because they're already getting paid. It's up in the air, but I personally am not going to take the chance. Yeah, because it's funny, Kumi, to log on to a server and destroy everything, in their opinion. That's why they do it. And I'm like, I have a younger sister, or a couple younger sisters, who play Minecraft, and I've set up servers for them, and I make sure whitelist is on, and so none of that will be happening. Because I know people love to do that stuff for whatever reason. Is it true people can find your chords just by a chunk or screenshot? It was in 1.12, but ever since the update, 2B2T uses a custom terrain generator. So it is not possible anymore in 1.19. Mio comes out with the craziest exploits. That is kind of true. They have been on top of the game lately with PvP and movement exploits. Thanks, Kumi. I'd like to talk about 2B2T quite a bit, so I enjoy people coming and asking questions. It's a fun time. I do miss Boost Electrify quite a good amount, so For this one, he went too far. I agree. What was your start like on 2BTT? It was in 2020 during COVID. I joined. Leaving spawn actually wasn't that bad. And the first thing I did was walk and get geared up, just like unenchanted stuff. And I went to bases on the archive. And I found, I still remember I found a single chest full of enchanted golden apples, and I filled up my ender chest with enchanted golden apples, and used that to help me get around to other archive bases and picked up sets of gear. And then I found my first stash at like 150k by 110k in the overworld. It was like an 8-dub stash. And the dude had a very offensive username. I still remember what it is. I won't say it because it's offensive, but I took it all for myself and distributed it to dungeons. Because I had watched a decent chunk of videos that said that was the best place to hide stuff if you weren't gonna have a stash, so. Every time he patches a sorry, I missed some stuff. How would I get into playing 2B2T? Should I pay for the queue? If you are going to spend time, hours a day to play 2B2T, I would 100% pay for the queue. There are some free alternatives like a proxy server where you can have multiple accounts set up to cycle, and so you can play whenever you want on whatever account is online. That way you can play more than average. But yes, I would recommend paying if you plan on playing. All alone, so you didn't have any friends at start? Nope. I did not know a single person on the server. I actually, one of the first archive bases I went to try to grub items was one added recently, and Big Money was there. He was one of the biggest shop owners at the time. I don't know if he's still a shop owner, but he dropped me a kit also, which was nice, and so that's kind of why I hand out stuff. Yeah, I'm actually not sure if he plays. I haven't talked to him in a while. Have you ever played Rust? Yes, I have like over 1,000 hours in Rust. I'll play it like 1 month of the year for a wipe on like a monthly wipe server, and that's pretty much all. And hello, Dimple Varatha Rajulu. Yeah. As time goes on, it just feels weird to say you've been playing on a Minecraft server for like 5 years or whatever. 3 years, 2 years, even 1 year is strange to say. Bye, Dimple. Man, we haven't run into another trail yet. Wow. I bought my Minecraft account and hopped on 2B immediately. That's crazy. Had you like played Minecraft before this, or was 2B your first time playing Minecraft? Because that's some crazy shit. Because I had like played Minecraft. I've played Minecraft since probably 2012 or 2011. Maybe even earlier than that, but yeah, 2BTT wasn't until way later in my Minecraft career. I used to run a server with one of my friend's brothers from high school, or I was like an admin on it. called MC Clan Wars. Back in like 2016, 2015. Yeah, I still remember I'm on my old username Jazzos. I'm featured on a Bayesian Canadian survival games video where him and Mitch called me Jesus because my name kind of looked like Jazzos, Jesus. I never played really many console games. I've been a PC gamer my whole life. Really played a lot. As said, I didn't have enough money to buy it. Cracked MC. Okay. I mean, that's basically the same. It counts, for sure. Okay, so in theory, there should be an overworld trail at this waypoint. Or if not, we might have to backtrack some. You made me remember those Xbox 360 Hunger Games for something else. Yeah, those were definitely something else. How did you get your gear? Do you just dupe stuff or do you steal it? I've never actually duped on 2B2T. Everything I have, I found from stashes of other people. So yes, I've technically stolen it. And it doesn't look like there's a trail here, so we're gonna have to backtrack some. Let me just get these coordinate calculations up. And then I will look at chat. Okay, give me 1 second here. Of course, I mess up the aspect ratio on my coordinates. It doesn't matter. I'm pretty far away. Let me fix this real quick. This size. One way. Yeah, that's just what happens most of the time. Okay, not this way. This way. Actually gonna fix this better while I'm working on it. Go. When you died and could squeak as a bat is probably my favorite memory. Oh yeah. You die and then it's... I mean, I was probably at the age to be a squeaker, honestly, so... Like that 4th, 5th, 6th grade. Go a bit more. Actually, probably more like here. Okay, I'm going back 100K. You can't remember where your main account is. You want to say you're about 1 million out. Yeah, honestly, I forget where my accounts are at after like 2 weeks of being offline. Only have one account right now. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Most people have only one account. And my ult is 5 million out, and that's crazy, being that far out in the nether. I can stream as long as I want, is fair. But usually I stream about 4 hours. I don't have a bedtime on Friday, Mr. Cup. I go to bed whenever the fuck I please. Yeah, it was, Dane, I think they've completed a couple of the nether highways to the world border. I need to go a little bit further. I'm 25. I am 25. A grown-ass adult, as some might say. Oh, they did a couple of them. You were doing one of the diagonal. Well, thank you for your service. Hell yeah, man. PVTT is something special. Yes, this is baritone. Okay, I need to check here. No. You just walked there? That is crazy. Now that is crazy. That's dedication. Okay, I'm going to do this real quick just so I can go to the... Oops, not 6,600. So I can type in coordinates down here really quickly. Sorry, y'all, I need to go to the specific spot. Okay. Yeah, no, they dupe so much stuff. The map mod is called Zeros. Yes, then there are 2 additional companion mods called Zeros, a world map, and Zeros Plus. Oh, Baritone's being all buggy now for some reason. It keeps saying my goal is very far away. The donkey dupe was so easy to do, I made tons of stuff. Yeah, I wish I had played during that dupe. I was only at the very end of 2020 though. I missed out on it. Cactus dupe, true. Cactus and lava dupe gotta be up there. Thanks for hanging out and chatting, guys. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Makes nether hunting, gives me something to do. Does this baritone flying stuff work in the overworld? No, it does not, unfortunately. I have a mod that's similar. You can see it here on the left under the map. That works for overworld. That one's called Elytra Autopilot, though. That one is pretty similar. It doesn't use fireworks though. It just uses your momentum to stay flying. Yeah, you can AFK with it. That's what I mostly do when I'm sleeping, is I'll use that in the overworld to find trails. Do you recommend any good shows and movies? Yes, I do. Let me actually just stop real quick in the nether here so I can show you which ones I recommend. I may or may not have some map art on TBTT of it. I think it's this one. Okay. Bottom left, top right, top left, bottom middle, top middle, bottom left. So yes, these are the movie and show I would recommend: Tenet and the show Andor. So yeah, there you go. That's my favorite movie and probably my favorite TV show right now. Those are both pretty good. I'll leave those here for someone to find later. I'm flying to, there's an overworld trail that was going exactly at 45 degrees here, so I've been traveling it through the nether while looking for other trails. Yeah, I just had it on me, you know, just had to pull it out. Do you stream normally? Mostly on Fridays or weekends. I don't really have a schedule. Sometimes on TBTT I'm doing stuff that I can't really be streaming. Just at like group bases or I'm at my stash farming. So sometimes I'm on and not streaming, or if I'm on like a really boring trail. But yeah, mostly Fridays or weekends. And what did you understand, Kumi? Yeah, Dane, but if you actually were to come back and follow my trail, the only part that registers as loaded is like a little strip down the middle. Like, I think we ran through, like, yeah, it loads like this, even though they are loading a lot of chunks too. So it looks like more than it actually is, yeah. Even though my trails look big, they're small like the ones we've passed. Bruh, just found someone's base on the -- highway filled with elytra, etc. Nice. I'm in the -- quadrant right now. I didn't understand what you're doing, but now I understand. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've been... I think if I go on the overworld and then look... Maybe I'll be able to... Yeah, so here's the trail I was on. And it was really long and it was directly at 45 degrees, so... I just added like 500,000 blocks to it, and there wasn't a trail, so... Now I'm going 100,000 closer. Or yeah, I'm going to a specific overworld trail that I've been following. I was just traveling through the nether, and meanwhile I was looking for nether trails. Yeah, YouTube actually doesn't seem to care at all, Kaiser. I think Twitch is more of the streaming platform that would care, but yeah, YouTube doesn't seem to give a single shit about chat. It is kind of crazy though, but yeah, I have a bunch of streaming VODs that I've had on for like more than 5 months at this point, and I haven't had any issues with it. If I do have an issue, I'll definitely do something to hide it. But get a strike. Oh, dang. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen to me. Yes, I did Oreo. I've been playing 2B2T since November 2020. So most of my time has been on 1.12. And I think I got that answer, Skivity Hot Dog Glaze. Yeah, the end of 2020. I think on my old username, Jazzoss, I joined for 30 minutes in 2016, but I don't count that as my join date. Speed can say the N-word and get nothing from YouTube. I mean, that's a little bit different, but yeah, I get what you mean. And I'm also out of gapples. Yeah, he did not care about dupes for the longest time. Do you prefer new or old base hunting? I liked old base hunting, just because it was a lot easier to find stuff. Old base hunting, honestly. But it's not bad now. If chunks didn't load, or if like you couldn't use vanilla elytra, it would be a lot worse. Let me bring this chat cover back to the front. Not this right now. Where is it? God damn it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, but the problem is I'm typing in chat. I'm just calculating the trail on Excel. It doesn't really matter. It's like, unless there happens to be something there, but figured better safe than sorry. Is it because of storage? I don't know, honestly. My fireworks are farmed, Oreo. Okay, let me... There we go. I can detoggle chat command, but the thing is, I'm just typing the coordinates into chat for baritone to fly to. It doesn't matter if the chat's hidden, you would see me type them. Yeah, no, if you're not on 2B2T consistently, it is, you can easily fall behind and get out of the meta because it changes so quick nowadays. Stuff doesn't stay patched for very long. Or stuff doesn't stay unpatched for very long, is what I mean. Just realized the stash I'm headed to from 20 to 21 might be looted because of no-com despite being tens of millions. Yes, it is possible, although lots of stuff wasn't found with no-com. I think Randar is more what you have to be worried about. Because like lots of people used replay mod and that will give you lots of coordinates. One nice thing about the new update is, yeah, creeper farms are like turbocharged. It is crazy how fast, if you use trapdoors and use cats and make lots of floors and do it over ocean, oh, it is so efficient. And no, Kumi Randar was 1.12 only, or 1.12 and below. Yes, Kaiser, but the baritone debug counts as commands. So like the baritone debug will say like your goal is now X, Z. And that's the problem. Yeah, I spent like an hour yesterday crafting fireworks. Rusher's auto crafting works actually pretty well. With delay 1, it works really fast. You can dump out some fireworks. Does it do duration 3? Yes. It's like if I look here under autocraft, my recipe right now is FD3 fireworks. You can choose between FD1, FD2, or FD3. But yeah. So like if I had a crafting bench open with gunpowder paper, it would autocraft it. Yeah, it is weird that, but I remember asking that question in the Rusher Discord like 2 or 3 years ago. I had no clue. Even holds most of the items on 2B spawn masons. Yeah, they're along with the leak, their Grafana dashboard got leaked, and they have like billions of items on 2B2T, so probably them, just because they keep track of it all. But I wouldn't be surprised if more items than that exist out there but aren't kept track of. How do you get baritone to work on Rusher? I can't figure it out. I think when you're installing Rusher, there's a box you can check to install baritone, unless you want to install a standalone version of baritone. You're gonna find the 30k dub, the last Shulk Road stash on this trail. Yes. But we know it ended, so there's something, a dead body, or who knows. Yes, I have auto eat set for health and hunger mode on Rusher. You can see here it'll eat if I'm hungry or if my health goes. I think I also have it on golden apples on and burning, so if I'm ever taking fire damage, it'll auto eat too. Have I used Autocrafter in the new version? Yeah, I play on SMP with a couple of a couple SMPs with a couple different groups of friends, and I have set up a firework farm on their server. Like an auto carpet farm, just using sheep. Even though we can dupe, they didn't want me to dupe carpets, so. When the people manage to dupe billions of items, it just... Like chunk dupe, you could dupe like chests of shulkers at a time, so like there were definitely lots of dupes where you could dupe mass amounts of items at a time. Trying to figure out how to have one unload shulkers of sugarcane and gunpowder. Yeah, there's a way to do it, and I did it or I saw one in action at a shulker farm on 2v2t even, but I don't remember how you do it. I'm sure it would be similar, because it's just like an auto shulker loader, but I'm sure you just do the same thing with the auto crafter in between. Because I know Etho has set one up in his series. I'll watch Etho from time to time. He's like one of the, I think the only mind crack player I watch. But I like most of his designs. Is 2B better with the current economy, or is there a lack of items now? Yes, there kind of is a lack of items, just comparatively, but there's still a decent amount of stuff out there. So, the economy is definitely worse, but it's not like a vanilla economy, I don't think. Yeah, I want to get one already for the update. Autocrafter, yeah. I can't wait for 1.21, it'll be fun. I can't wait to mine copper out of trial chambers instead of having to sit and let it oxidize. A lot of my builds have oxidized copper roofs, so it's been annoying having to wait for oxidation. You can just mine waxed ones, like that's crazy. Yeah, I want to get, oh yeah. Do you use any other add-ons other than Rusher? I'm using Meteor and the Trouser Streak add-on for Meteor. I have Baritone, Elytra Autopilot, Lightmatica, Sodium for FPS-based improvements, and then the Zeros stuff. Or do people randomly share locations? I don't know. Beats me. Someone sharing locations for 100 kits yesterday wasn't lying. I saw them post about it in Hunter's Union after, so sometimes there's actually stuff there. Yeah, you can pretty much farm everything now except for golden apples. I mean, you can farm them, it's just a lot slower. Yeah, you can auto-craft red shulkers. It's funny that you mentioned that because the shulker loader I was talking about was a Highway Union one, and they made all their new production shulkers red and auto-crafted them. Yeah, the problem is that it's easy to share locations, and hard to know if that location is actually something or not. Oh yeah, because I mean, like in Zeros, you can type here, go to coordinates, and then type any coordinates, and then just hit right click and share in chat. It's just so easy to fake. And with Zeros, it just formats it to look like that. Just any location shared, even if you're there or not. Okay. Man. Let me just make sure I'm in the right spot. Okay, yeah, it is not here. Probably like 2 or 3 within 24 hours, if I had to guess. Okay, let me... I can hide this again. Just mining some repair juice. Okay. There's also definitely going to be leaks, even though they might be patched. Yeah, I agree. There's definitely... That's why I was saying I'm probably not going to visit my stash right after the update. You know, 2020 to 2022 was a crazy year to dupe with the brown men finding methods left and right. Yeah, I was mostly just a solo hunter during that time. So I was just finding their dupes, not duping myself. I will need new fireworks in a second. Might as well stop on this plateau. And I'm gonna get more E-chest too. Okay, then we can follow this 119 trail if this doesn't lead to anything. That's a good idea. It says in the top left, Lazozo L69, but I'm about 5 million blocks, give or take. Do you think anyone has brought shulkers to the overworld? Yes, I know because the shulker farm I mentioned is one in the overworld. They have done it, and I know where it is. Oh no. Rest in peace, Zver's hardcore world. Can we get an F in chat? Yeah, honestly, I wasn't a big fan of Boatfly. The Grim Disabler before that was much better. Yeah, Boatfly is patched. I was following an overworld trail, Lazozo, that was perfectly diagonal. So I was traveling along it, and I was following another trail, and it ended. So now I'm going back to find out where it ended. No, it's been coming soon trademark for multiple months, and there is no set date. I kind of agree. I found some pig spawners in game that despawned like after I was there for a couple minutes, and it's just sad. Found them in the overworld and on nether trails before. I might ask some dumb questions, but I'm interested. So where you're at going, has there ever been a player there? Okay, so where I'm going specifically is this trail was where someone was before, and I was following it, and it went for so long in the overworld that I decided to start following it in the nether, because the nether is a lot more efficient to travel. So now I'm just checking every once in a while to see if the trail is still there, to try to find the end of it. I do not speak Spanish, if that's Spanish, Joaquin Lorento. It's a 119 trail. I have 1.12 trails as yellow. Hopefully I'm getting close to it though, because I must have vastly overshot it. I followed it for like 700,000 blocks in the overworld, and I went 300,000 and it's ended, so... Is there some cool shit supposed to be out there, or are you doing it for funsies? Well, that's the sort of thing, it's a gamble. Like, someone was here and they did something. They could have done nothing, they could have built the biggest base on 2BTT, they could have stashed the biggest stash of items, they could have put down one chest with a piece of dirt in it. You just don't know. That's part of the fun. Yeah, here, when I do check for this portal, here, I'll show my e-chest. Okay. Let me make a portal here. If I got my totems and made a creeper farm, I can follow a trunk trail tomorrow after I sleep. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Okay, so my e-chest here. Right now I have fireworks. These are some blocks I picked up. Elytras. These are some materials I picked up along the way. Fireworks, this was probably fireworks. Totem, e-chest, shells, gapples. I have a couple of my new friend kits here that I'll hand out if I find someone. A book and map kit, some maps, more maps, some books here I can show, I guess. Rob Vic, Rappy's, Gonblur, Ed King, DVSJ, Vape Pens, Fluff Bucket, Cody, Snoot, 16/U, Negative Entropy, Slingblaw, Stalpo, Life Grips. Just some random folks I've met. More maps, tools, some extra armor, some extra gapples. And then I'll restock this left-hand side of Elytra and stuff whenever I run out. Favorite Minecraft update? I think probably is 1.13 when they added swimming. The update where they added swimming is probably my favorite. I think I met you at Spawn. I have the account Warsaw Pact. Yeah, I recognize your name. I'm pretty sure we've met at Spawn. And yes, can we, next time I'm at Spawn or around, I'll let you know. We can trade books. Found some Iron Exception books that were originals and hidden chests. Originals are cool, just be careful if they're really old. A lot of originals were dupes, so like there are some that are originals, but there are lots of... if I die, I will respawn at Spawn. Okay, well I need to cover these again, sorry all. Second, while I enter the magical numbers. There we go. God, did it fuck up again? It did. Give me one more second. There we go. How do you know exactly where to line up with the trail? So this one was going exactly at 45 degrees. And I was able to follow it hundreds of thousands of blocks in the overworld. With just rotation lock on at 45 degrees. So I can just add or subtract the same distance from both coordinates and it should be on the trail. Yeah, I must have missed it just as it ended, Dane. It was... See, it's the epitome of the gambler quitting, or the miner quitting right before he digs the diamonds. First time I tried to escape spawn, the mob that I hated most was pillagers, 30k out, and then got killed by a pillager on the canal. Yeah. And also, like, pillagers at pillager outposts are bugged. They'll just, like, keep spawning infinitely. Kinda crazy. Yeah. The only bad thing about how I'm traveling in the Nether is some poor soul is gonna stumble across my trail and wonder what the fuck happened here. And no matter how hard they look, they will not find a single thing. Oh, I almost just popped. That was a half a heart moment. I can grab more totems if needed. I'm paying attention enough for one extra totem to be enough, in my opinion. Damn. Yeah, I don't think I've ever died like that, honestly. That's basically a totem fail. True. I can't remember the last time I've T-failed. Have I found any stashes from specific players? No, but I found stashes from specific groups. I found 2 stashes from the Goodwill Trading Outpost group. Yes, I found 2 of them, the Goodwill Trading Outpost with dupe kits from them. I had a bunch of Fluff Bucket dupe kits too. I'm not sure if he was there or not, but they duped them. Also some by WoW, but I repackaged all the WoW ones because apparently that dude's a pedophile. Sup, Max Spencer? How are you? Welcome back, Kaiser. We have not made it to the end of the trail yet. Jake the Snake found a decent amount of stashes. He was in the prime of hunting for big stashes, using the right exploits to do so. Yeah, I think the last thing I saw of him was getting killed at spawn and slamming his desk. It was like a Jake the Snake thing to do. Wow, I really left the trail like right as soon as it ended. Okay, it's coming back on. has made a server that he doesn't play on. Yeah, no, he's. I mean, he figured out how to do the voice, and he figured out how to put the red circles on the thumbnails for sure. He figured out how to do the red circles real good. It's gonna be a 10k dub. Yeah, I believe so. Kingsoft, that joke is so tired. My chords are not showing. I wish my chords were showing. Sorry, Danger, there is not for priority. It's like instant to 15 seconds. Look, he's talking to you, Kumi. How many more hours, like, am I gonna stream, or is it gonna take to find the end of this trail? This trail's probably gonna be... I mean, we're gonna get to the end of it in like 30 minutes or less. I think the regular queue is artificially botted, more than likely. Not just botted by people using proxies that are connecting 24/7, but botted by just accounts that aren't used for anything. This trail's gonna bring me to world border. Yeah, I mean, luckily it ended, so... Not exactly to world border. I mean, I hope there's something, because I'm expecting a dead body. Like, I think they probably just gave up on hunting, if I had to guess. If you're talking about the baritone auto-flying, it is pretty crazy. I do have to agree. And thanks, Lozozo. Appreciate the positive vibes. I was too bad because I got kicked after playing 6 hours that it caused me to buy Pro. Yeah. I think I waited through queue and then I was just like, this is not happening. Yes, it does switch out by Elytra automatically. Why would there be a dead body loot? Don't you put your shulk and then your e-chest? Oh yeah, but some people will end up just accidentally dying, leaving like their travel on without thinking. What percent of tablets do you think is proxies? Man, I don't even have extra tab on. Your better tab. Man, where is better tab? Am I blind? Here. Probably like 30% is proxies. I think that's a fair assessment. The only base I've built got found after a couple of years by a small YouTuber. Now I just base hunt. Did he leak the chords? Hopefully not. What's up, Miku? How's your rebrand to Oranges for Life going? seen a dude with 11 accounts. Yeah, masterminds. Those are kind of like either like Meg or Highway Union accounts, though. Those are proxies, and they use them for highway maintenance and stuff. And then the Kevin dude has a bunch of them. I haven't seen the Kevins on recently, though. And the Johns, of course, Imperium. Didn't leak chords, it was a guy friends with. Okay, so that's cool. 50% proxy, 25% new player, 25% server regulars. I could believe it. Highway Union are doing a pretty horrible job with the diagonals. It's all blocked. Yeah, I mean it's difficult. Like I dug out 15k of X plus just straight obsidian blocked the other week, and it just takes so long to mine straight obsidian. Like especially when it's covering 15,000 blocks in the Nether. Like that took me like 5-6 hours probably. Up K-Quack. They can't maintain everything at once. Yeah, it's difficult. There's a lot of shit, and the griefers are just retarded. Blocking highways with obsidian is just pathetic, but it is what it is. Any new highways will now have to mine basalt. Yeah, luckily, even like stuff that's unpaved has been visited in 112, so a lot of it is just straight netherrack, luckily. Have you heard of Blockgate and Renovation Club? No, I have not. I assume that's an offshoot of some maintenance group. I've joined a couple have failed, so I kind of lose track of them. Your opinion on Chinese character exploits? No clue. That will be interesting. I remember Team Sexy blocking the highways. I just try to block out all the griefers that grief highways out of my memory. They don't even deserve brain space. I don't believe basalt goes to world height. I actually don't know. Rangeland renovation. That doesn't ring a bell. The last one I joined, I think, was the CEA, but I can't remember what happened to them. Yeah, it is funny. I feel like the highways are pretty well maintained for a massive... Yeah, and even like some griefs make it so that it's not bad to travel, but just the straight obsidian blocking is always annoying. I tried at my friend's modded server the other week. Didn't think it sucks. Yeah, they ping servers that are open. You gotta be careful with your whitelist. Yeah, no, with future fast break, you can just go straight through a Blackstone, like netherrack, without a beacon. Didn't get us, though, too many mods, I think. Oh yeah, you'd have to mod match, that would be difficult. We got a portal on the... Wait, look at this portal skip. This is a crazy portal skip. Who let this dude cook? What the hell? Wow, those were pretty good, Miku. Thanks for asking. They are getting everyone a MC video soon. I mean, maybe. It's not 2B2T related, really, though. Point of nether stashes is people aren't gonna look. I have a cord exploit if you want to share. What does that even mean, Kingsoft? Let me just make sure that these chords are on. This is the trail I was looking for. Okay, this is fine. If the portal skip continues, that is. Fuck off, dude. Thank you. Oh my god. I feel like this is like the last place song for Mario Kart. Oh, hell no, there's nothing here. They might have actually just killed themselves because this is not looking like there's anything at the other end of this portal skip. I keep trying to fast forward. Yeah, no, I feel the same way when I'm watching streams sometimes. Like, just get me to the point where they find the stash. Come on. Yeah, I think this is not looking hot anymore. Well, it looked like the shortest portal skip of all time, but I guess I just gave up. I'll go back a little bit on this trail, but I think this is just a dead end. How would they fly through new chunks? Who knows? Like, it could have been another hunter. That's what I'm leaning towards at this point. It was just a hunter looking for trails or something. I'll leave a stash. I don't think I will be leaving a stash. Yeah, and sometimes you just get stuck like this, where there's nothing at the end. Okay, which direction should I go? I guess we'll head for this trail over here. I mean, there's even... They definitely killed themselves. Unfortunately. It's Housemaster, yep. Definitely. Oh, like I followed a trail to the end and found a stone house. Yeah, sometimes it is just nothing like that. But see, it happens to the best of us. It's just nothing. What's the exploit that shows if a player has recently been there? It's just called the new chunks. Or on Trouser Streak, there's one called Online Player Activity Detector. What are portal skips? People will switch dimensions multiple times on their trail to try to throw players off. So whenever you switch dimensions, that's considered a portal skip. Ain't no way you're leaving. I'm not going to leave items at the end of someone else's trail. If I can find it, someone else can find it. Yeah, something would be better than nothing, but in the end it's all about the same, honestly. Statistics. Where is that? Statistics. This is a new client, so most of my stats are probably going to be on my 1.21 client rather than this one. Let me see. Yeah, time played only 141 days. Maybe that's right. It's probably a little bit low. But yeah, these are the main statistics. Items, most broken item, only 861 netherrack. I've killed one dolphin, apparently. I'm sorry. I just assumed that stats were going to be client side. I didn't think it would be like player based on the server. Oh, maybe maybe they are stored on the servers. I honestly didn't know. Okay, that makes sense then. So this is everything. Nice. Quite the distance on Elytra. Okay, well that's good to know. I always thought it was dependent on the client you used, but I now know that is incorrect. The stats on TV tend to get reset every few years due to overflow. Makes sense, it's just too much data. Yeah, you can get it through the stats page or using the 2b2t.vc bot. And bananas and Sprite, I cannot vouch. I got some queso and some Coca-Cola right now. Hello, Collide Rule. How are you? Thanks everyone who's here. Thanks for stopping in. I'm in a bunch of groups at Collide Rule, but I guess the main one I'm in is VEA, or Hunters Union. What's up, Neil Kit? Yeah, I don't know what their deal is. They're obsessed with me for some reason. Making fake screenshots of me and who knows. A little obsessive and weird. But it's 2BTT. It's to be expected. What's your favorite year that you played 2BTT on? Honestly, 2024 was a pretty good year for me. VE gay. Yeah, it's fun. I enjoy building, so I actually joined their group when I base hunted and found one of their bases, so do you remember it? I'm kind of out of the loop with the drama. Yeah. Yep, we're out here building and such, being friendly. A decent chunk of spawn bases, yeah, but we have a couple that are further out. Project Dub, I'm using Rusher Hack, which is here, and Meteor. I'm using them both. Some VEA dude gave me my first ever kit. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I know we hand out some of them. I have Future Oreo, I just don't have it on right now. Mostly the only thing I'll use on Future is the Speed Mine, but I don't have it on my hunting account. I know you probably won't disclose it, but someone in VEA leaked the Pearl exploit to me. Yeah, the Pearl exploit is very real. Some people, Clyde, some people are talking about how ender pearls can be tracked. I think it's mostly a LARP and not true, but who knows? It could be real. How much money is spent all time on this? I've had Prio for a couple years now, so probably like 500, 600 bucks or so on priority over the years. Of 143 hours, yeah. You're getting up there. Am I going to a real place right now? No, right now I'm looking for some trails at Project Dub. No, Miku, I just think it's weird that y'all are so obsessed with me for some reason. I don't know, someone in that group made fake screenshots of me. I'm not a fan. I just can't associate. I might stream tomorrow, Lazozo, but maybe next weekend, more than likely. Thanks, Skibbity Hot Dog Glaze. I appreciate it. No, it's not that I don't like being jolly, I just don't appreciate people making it look like I type things I never type and then sending it around to people behind my back. Not cool. I just find the trails by flying around. A lot of times I like flying in the overworld, I think. It's usually more productive in actually finding things, but yes, Lizozo, you should sub. Indy, as we're from the already rated stash, I'm just gonna pass up. How do I know if I picked up on one? Does it tell you? Well, you can see here, it's these clear ones, so it's just up to me on if I want to follow them or not. And I did, and I found rated stash if you look back in the VOD up here. Now I'm gonna go on and continue. I will, Azozo. It's just a matter of time. Would you rather have E-chest banned on 2BTT or Elytra's banned? I mean, probably E-chest. RIP Skivity Hot Dog Glaze. And make a smokable real quick while I'm flying. Give me 1 second here, y'all. Okay, I've returned, y'all. Let's see, did I miss anything in chat? Hello, Leesky. Sorry, I wasn't here. Thanks for watching. Much appreciated. Smoke a bowl, sorry, not pull. Watching 3 hours, that's insane. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Spare. Been great to have you. Who's answering me by emoji? It's not me. No, it is not. Estrogen enjoyer. That's why I call them new friends. I like never hunting another. Yeah, not me, but I'm so far at it. It would be far too boring to just fly in the overworld looking for trails. Also, as someone who does Minecraft modding, I was explaining the stasis exploit on paper, not the plugin. It makes sense, but haven't been able to reproduce. Yeah, quite a few stuff is patched on paper as of this point, so... I agree, new friend is better, that's why my kit here is named the Blizzard's New Friend Kit. Family friendly. Alright, peace, sir. Thanks for stopping in. And welcome back, Howard. Do you remember the kits filled with useless leather armor and the puffer fish and shit for new friend? Yes, I do. I have some of those at my stash. And enchanted pumpkins. Yeah, that's a classic. Just if they have to eat it, it's the most fucking useless shit in the game. Just found your course. There are 4,000 compact TNT minecarts flying towards you at 5,000 miles per hour. I'm waiting. Lots of dungeon stashes at 200k. Found 4. Nice. That's 2 dubs. Or 4 dubs. A good amount. It happened to bed trapping when I joined in 2020. People kept trying to trap me left and right. It still is possible, but I think if you die like too many times too quickly, it'll reset your spawn. So it's not as effective anymore, as far as I'm aware. I'm not a bed trapper, so I would not know. Nor would I ever somehow get bed trapped. Oh. Yep, true, Oreo. I like the curse binding on the gear too, haha. Allegedly Prio bans people for about IDK if that's true. Yeah, I don't know either. Oh, a trail. Looks like Baritone is gonna follow it for me. Not quite. When did I join? I joined near the end of 2020. And I've been here ever since. Trident gang. Yeah, I actually don't have very many tridents. I haven't used it since the trident fly got patched. Base hunting and then building, and I don't PvP, so it goes as far down the list as I could put it. I despawn end crystals, I find. I don't even trade them. Are there just as many bases in the Nether? No. There's far more bases in the overworld, but everyone travels in the Nether. So that's what I'm doing. And this area is a little fishy, but it is kind of close to the stolen stash we already found. Have you ever found a portal with cactus on sand on it from that really old dude? I don't know if I have. Only PvP of people who play bad PvP and piss me off. Yeah, I feel like that's the only time I'd PvP too. I never bother with it. I'd rather spend my time hunting. Should I eat the pizza that was outside for like 2 days? Like just sitting at room temperature for 2 days? That's a personal call, honestly. Do I play any 2B2T alternatives? No, I'm a 2B2T only player. Are you Ormonger? No, I am not Ormonger. Or are you asking Ariamageddon? No, I don't think so. If you are Ormonger, hello. Wait, so if you are Ormonger, why do you... Okay, I was gonna say, why did you change your in-game name to Warsaw Pact? Based. You took advantage of my fragile state of mind, how could you? Oh yeah, sure, I'll go up and use the autoflight. You have to be a certain amount of blocks in the air to start it. And I'm just using free look. But it'll pitch down and then pitch up. To maintain its Y height. and just continued to do this over and over again. I mean, I like that he made the server popular as far as FitMC goes, but I know most of, if not all of his videos are exaggerated or fake. I just watch them for entertainment. I can ease it so much. Pitch Party just pushed me down. Yeah, I'm not sure about Pitch Party on Meteor. I've never used Elytra Fly on Meteor. This is a separate mod here called Elytra Autopilot. What's the furthest you've ever been out? I've been to 3 different I've been to the Z+, the Z-, and the X+ world borders. I just haven't had time to make it out to the X-. I was on my way when they patched the Grim Disabler, which was that like super fast speed. And then I gave up. But what's your opinion on children on 2B? Like, you mean like literal children like under 13? I mean, I obviously, like, I have a younger sister, and I wouldn't want her playing on TVTT, and she's like 14. 15. So, like, that's like borderline, I'd say, mature enough to, like, be on TVTT. But it is just cringe if there are children, especially because of, like, the amount of porn map arts and stuff like that, which is also concerning. But yeah, I think most of the groups I'm in are like, especially in VEA, the people I interact with are definitely 18 plus. So it is unfortunate though. I feel like I was making like a Secret Santa gift for Lucans I got for a Secret Santa, and my friend was like, why don't you make this like anime booby map art to send in the gift? But it's like, that's just not possible to give to someone in game that you don't know the age of. So it is just cringe that that kind of stuff floats around. There are children on the server, but it is what it is. And it's also true. Do you think it'll survive another 10 years? I can see that happening just because it is the oldest, and no other server will like gain the properties that make 2BTT so popular in its current state. So as long as something bad doesn't happen, like data getting deleted or something along those lines, I think it'll continue. But like, if half of the world gets corrupted and has to be reset, like, will 2BTT die? Maybe. But I just can't know if that'll ever happen, you know? It was the worst place on the internet when I was 9. I mean, that's true. I won't name website names, but I'm sure we've all been to our fair share of inappropriate websites. Do you think 2BTT has gotten less toxic? Yes, definitely. Just based on like the language and this kind of like social credit system that works around the server, I definitely think it's encouraged people to be a lot less toxic. You can downscale server resources if income is low. That's true. But like, my concern is like, what if there's a big corruption and like a bunch of world data gets corrupted? Will people still play after that? I have silence on my helmet, silence on the pants, and then none on the boots. The default of the 3-2-1 rules of data management. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying is like, I don't see that happening, but if it does, I can't tell you whether or not people will stay. Used to be actual 4chan incels, and now it's just normal people. Yeah, there's a decent chunk of normal people I know. Although the amount of people who play on TVTT as normal and have actual jobs, I'm not sure. But who knows? What are the most toxic / worst groups on TVTT? Definitely Imperium and Enclave, I think. Just as griefers and as general toxic members. I think those two are just the ones I know of. I'm sure there are worse groups that I don't know of, but I just don't really know of many active groups right now, if I'm being honest. I think they will. VA was unhinged in early 2023. Yeah, I joined in July, so I don't really know about their history, if anything. But from my experience, everyone's pretty chill. I feel like you have to kind of autistic to play. Yes. To play long term, it's just time is such a valuable resource, like the time it takes to do things. So being autistic and playing TVTT for 6 hours is definitely gonna help you rise to the top of the social ladder, especially on TVTT. What's VEA? It's the Vape Pen Elite Alliance. It's a group on TVTT. I can't imagine explaining all the base hunting mods to my normie friends. Yeah, like I'll explain to my friends that are gamers, and they understand it pretty well. Like some of them just play Minecraft, but none of them have that specific strain of autism to want to play 2BTT. You know, like they'll play some vanilla stuff, but I'm the only one who plays this sort of game. One of my friends actually has played on Mine Texas, which is similar, so he's like pretty much the only person who I can talk confidently about aspects of Anarchy Minecraft with, and he'll just understand. So that's always kind of fun. But yeah, no other 2BTT players. I always like how Paul Steve describes 2BTT base hunters as the equivalent of monks. Like we just sit mindlessly following trails for hours and hours to find someone else's base and block game. It is like, it requires a decent chunk of concentration / time allotment. Hopeful for the new snapshot, wondering what the next update has. Yeah, it has mineable copper, so I no longer have to wait for my copper to oxidize. Hundreds of hats on 2B, and I mostly played solo. Yeah, that's similar to my playstyle before I joined a bunch of groups at Danger. That's a fun way to play, though. I played that way for a couple of years, but I've become more active recently and joined some groups. So, been enjoying that too. Yeah, you did, Kumi. If there was, how active is that server compared? It was me and my friend that made it crazy. I believe it, Howard. Mr. H profile pic. I suck at building and base hunting like 90% of the time. Yeah, I mean, it's still fun though. I mean, do you care to explain why, Howard? I don't care if you don't want to. I'm not a knower. I was talking about the snapshot for Vanilla MC, supposedly. Interesting. Good night, Meal Kit. See you later. Do you think it's ever possible to truly trust someone on TBTT? Yeah, I mean, in a sense, like I have a really small Discord right now, and I trust like I'll share my hunting finds with screenshots, and I've never had anything griefed that I've shared in my current group that I've created from people I trust. But that's pretty lucky. It's just like a group of 10 people, so. Are you even playing right now? I am actively looking at the map and following this player's trail. So a mod is flying for me, but I'm directing it down this trail. Yeah, PvP comes and goes in waves based on the meta. Groups aren't good in my opinion. I used to associate myself with them, but they control what you can or can't do too much. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. He's still around 5 million out. I'm, yeah, probably a little more like 6.5 to 7 million out right now. I'll update that actually. Does the original housemaster still own? Well, the admins of the server go by the name housemaster, but I'm pretty sure it's a team of people at this point. Like they've used like plurals when describing their actions, stuff like that. The yellow line is 1.12 chunks. So this is like a 1.12 trail that's been followed in 1.19. I'm just gonna, yes, it's older. I'm just gonna check a little bit in each direction. Yeah, people have talked about the name Curtis a decent chunk. But who knows if it's troll or not at this point. It's just been regurgitated so many times. So Walden might have been the name of one of them. I understand. I think I need to go the other way. I think I'm actually just gonna go through the nether here. Towards this. Okay, now let's head over. We can nether skip a little bit. If you could have one illegal item back, what would you want? An unbreakable pick. I have griefed some of my bases. Me no likey griefers. Oh yeah, maybe unbreakable elytra, that's a good point. Chromatown, and I think they also griefed one other one I can't remember the name of. Yeah, you're right, unbreakable elytra would be a lot better. And not this stream, Lizoto, unless I somehow get randomly loaded to one of them. That is possible. Kaiser. I did hand out quite a bit of stuff. Made in vanilla, yeah. I can't remember what the exact bug was. Don't give them ideas. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't say anything. No, the trail ended. Dane. Oh yeah, I think I gave you like that. Oh, it was half full. Yeah, I remember Kaiser now. I gave you the half full shulker of Elytra. It was just one of the ones I had in my chest. I'm just following this trail, honestly. There were a couple trails, so I'm thinking they might have been using this to skip, but I haven't noticed any. I've not noticed any skips. That was probably their exit. Okay, so someone quit the trail here. I never advertise my stream in TVTT chat. I have... sorry, let me catch up on chat. Gold Element Elytra, so I have a 10 now. Nice. Besides 32Ks, what do you think the most dupe distributed sword name is? That's a good question. I'd have to think about that. I have Arcalis, but I don't think that one's it. What's the rare shit I got? I don't know, I have a bunch of signed books. I consider those rare. I have a bunch of illegals, or reverted illegals, that I can see. Here, Thomas Sword, Alpha Stack 32Ks. Yeah, besides 32Ks, I'm not... Can I peek my ender chest? I can. Oh, but I can't. I don't even have any, like, sword shulkers on me, so... This trail is at an odd angle. If someone made a spreadsheet of most distributed kits / items, that would be interesting. Half the armor sets are from the same person. I wouldn't doubt it. I tend not to ever think about that because it's just like such an impossible thing to know. But it is fun to think about. Do you think TVTT needs to be more inclusive for women and minorities? I mean, you can just never type in chat and the server is perfectly inclusive. Why did I mute you? Mute you where, Miku? Oh, brother. I don't know. I left the Discord, but apparently they still talk about me even after I left. So I left, I have no idea. I'm not from Canada. From the great state of America. No, I'm not attracted to men, and I'm 25. Hawaii's pretty dope. I've never actually been to Hawaii before. Except the truthful one. American flag that just... Trump is going to save our country. Thank God. God, King Trump will save us. It doesn't matter who I support, Trump's gonna be the goddamn president, so I just hope that he fixes shit, man. One can only hope. You know, he said he was gonna do all this great stuff. Maybe he can do it. XD. No, I'm a big warm weather fan, so I feel like coming to Hawaii during the summer would be the move. You in Kona? Oh, he's asking about Hawaii. Bro, I lost my vape. I got my vape in my hand. Chilling, and yeah, hopefully it seems like it will go well. I mean, we can only hope and pray at this point. I wrote in Hakua on my ballot. GG, man. That's one way to go out. We're out in America, which coast? Central America, bruh. Just do Zins. Yeah, I've never done Zins before. I don't know, I'm worried what it will do to my gums, honestly. Why is that, Miku? What did I do to deserve all this hate? I never said I supported Trump. I just said that he's gonna be president. I just said it. I hope he does good. Like, I have no control over it anymore. Bro, I live in a red state, and to be completely honest, I did vote blue, but it doesn't fucking matter because I live in a state that's red locked. No, I said hopefully Trump will save this country because the guy put American flags in chat. Like, he's going to be our president. I hope he does good. It would be insane if he just managed to do everything he said. Like, he said he was gonna like lower tax. He said he was gonna do every fucking thing under the sun. Like, imagine. But we can only hope and pray. You said you love Trump. Okay. Good one. It literally doesn't matter who you support at this point. Every incumbent across the world lost. Like, it didn't matter what party, what side you were on. All of the incumbents across the world lost re-election this cycle. If you're in office, you're getting kicked the hell out of office, so... Oh no. -1. I mean, I'm not buying a car, so I don't have to care about the aluminum taxes that are incoming. Thank you, Collide Rule. I appreciate it. No, there are returning viewers. I know a decent chunk of people by name. They actually come back. It's really fun. Okay. Here, Miku, you can have 5 minutes to think about the negativity you're bringing to the chat. In 4 minutes and 30 seconds when you can type again, I just hope that you spread positivity. I mean, I guess I can just respond to you because you're probably listening. No, you were chill at that one Bedrock City book event that Manga spazzed out about, but y'all were chill. Maybe I'm mistaking you for someone else, but it was like a Bedrock City book event before Christmas in the end. Maybe it was someone else with a name like yours. Yeah, cars were really expensive, like used cars, and then the price like fell off a cliff, but I have a feeling they might go up again because of tariffs. Okay, I swore it was you, but maybe it was someone else. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the screenshot now. I didn't see you in it. What do you drive? I drive a Subaru BRZ. It's like the Miata-esque. It's like the GR86 equivalent. Pretty fun. Manual rear wheel drive. Why do you mute me? I don't think I muted you, Lazozo, unless, let's see. Unless you're one of these players, I don't think I have you muted. I only have some people hard muted. No. Sometimes you just have to move before you can type, I think. New car prices are nuts. Yeah. No, I bought mine used for a decent price, like right before the used car market popped off. Looking at buying a 2024 F350 and it was like 100K. Yeah, they can get crazy up there. I don't doubt you at all. 97 4Runner. Yeah, those are reliable. Too many cars. Haha, I own like 13 cars. Your opinion on Melon Men? I'm not a member of Melon Men anymore, so I don't really have an opinion. What they stand for is, I agree with handing out kits to new players, helping out at spawn. That's good and all, but their group is a little too involved in drama for me. I have a Mazda 3. Yeah, that used to be one of our family, my sister's car. It was a Mazda 3. It was the hatchback though. Does a group named Melon Men have drama? A lot of people want to see the downfall of them, and it has led the ownership to get involved in some drama. I don't care to recount it, honestly. I think there's posts on the 2B2T Uncensored subreddit you can go. You research yourself if you're really interested, but I haven't looked into it for about 2 weeks now. I could give less of a fuck. I just bought a 2024 Raptor R like 2 months ago. Damn, you're balling out then. The Raptors are usually expensive. Well, I mean, I guess it depends which package, but I just know that those are like one of the most expensive trucks from Ford. I just have no use for a truck, really, so... Should I continue on this trail or find a new trail? Okay, there's a pull-up. Simple yes or no. This could be a skip, so I'm gonna check it, of course. Most gamblers, yeah, this is kind of a shitty trail to follow in the first place, though, is the problem. But there's no skip here, so I think we can continue. 50-50 now, anyways. It's 4-3 right now. It's only been up for 2 minutes though. We have 3 more minutes left. What do you think about the Mojang lawsuit? I'm not quite sure what lawsuit you were referring to. I think there are a couple about different stuff. And I don't know specifics on any of them, I'm being honest. Oh, someone voted just to make it even. I see what's going on. Going to bed, this stream was pretty entertaining. I'll probably tune back some other day. Well, thanks for tuning in. Armageddon. I'll see you around. Thanks, Collide Rule. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. Is the map endless? No, the map is 30 million by 30 million. What happens when you go more than 3.5 million in the Nether and build a portal? You either get sent to the edge of the world border or you get stuck in the world border. The last time I went, I had like an inventory full of shulkers of elytra, and I went like 30k past 3.5 million Nether, and I got stuck in the world border. And so I'd have a coordinate saved that's just like my dead body at world border with like 27 shulkers of elytra. So I'd be careful with it because I have died before. Yeah, that is true. I was not being smart at the time. Of course, I just had a bed set at world border, so it wasn't a problem, but If I hadn't, I would have been screwed. Interesting. Randomly came across you on my feed, pretty lucky. Most people stream on Twitch instead of YouTube and post here after. What made you stream here? Honestly, it was just easier to set up. And I already had done some stuff on my YouTube channel. So I just decided to stream on YouTube. And honestly, I prefer the viewing experience on YouTube better, with being able to rewind the VOD easily. And most things are user-friendly as well, so figured why not. Easier for me to clip and save VODs. Easier for people to find the VODs. Just seems to be all around better for me. Oh, this is a crazy terrain generation. Almost hidden by this terrain. I'm going to do this and this, and I'm gonna look for a new trail in the nether while following this, and hopefully it's not another just dead trail. I like his video on it was like how this base survived 11 years on 2B2T, and it was about the monastery. I think that's my favorite Fit MC video. Probably. Okay, I'll continue following this trail while looking for new ones. Nice, I really only watch YouTube, so better here too, yeah. I'm in agreement. Do you prefer new or old terrain? Personally, like as a player, I like new terrain, but for base hunting, I like old terrain. Okay, I'm going to shower. I might be back later. I have to do stuff done tomorrow, so I don't know. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in. The time you did, it is appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your night. See you later, Danger. I don't know. I don't think so though. I feel like this is like Coconut Mall or something. See you later. And Baritone is tripping out. Do you know any famous players like Pop Bob? No. I have a book from Paul Steve. I have a book from Negative Entropy. I have a book from Ranch. I have a book from Fast Vincent. A book from some people. I don't know if you count them as famous, but I guess that's as close as it gets. Okay, time to see if the trail is still here. Goodness. Yeah, I was about to search for you and you popped up. Nice. Do I use worst client? No, I do not use worst. Worst is pretty outdated as far as I'm aware. Use Impact Client for nostalgia. I can understand that. Especially with like Via version, you can join on older versions. Yeah, I have an auto electrify. I'd just rather use fireworks in this instance. It is still here. Like to imagine what, yeah, no, that's true. The thumbnail is a misrepresentation of peacefulness. I mean, it is kind of the same, but like I'm going through nothing out here, you know? Okay, let me... calculate where this should be, probably like right here. Yeah, I'm using Rusher in Meteor, which I'm pretty content with as far as clients go right now. Do you remember WWE client? Yes, I do. I never used it myself though. Not publicly anymore. I'm sure someone has a private dupe of some kind, but there's nothing public. Or else I wouldn't be duping right now. Yes, I do think Mia is ratted Kaiser. It's one of the popular clients on 2B2T right now. Retro Hack is paid, yes, but Meteor is free. I wouldn't recommend buying Rusher in its current state, though. There aren't enough exploits that work. The one with the red line, this is Baritone. Baritone is the one that's Elytra flying for me. This is definitely the last place sound for Mario Kart, I'm convinced. My favorite exploit is to mass TPA because it spams TPA requests to everyone. I don't think TPA is the command on TBTT. Oh, but like on servers that TPAing is a thing, I guess. That makes sense. Did it get through there? Don't know. Well, that's good to hear. Glad you're happy with your client. Gosh darn it. Elytra has been laggy also. The map mod is Zeros, and I have two add-ons for it called Zeros World Map and Zeros Plus. I'm almost out of rockets. The electric fly isn't working nicely, I see. Okay, well, at least this trail is definitely not followed. For free clients, I would recommend Meteor, and if you're gonna pay for a client, Uh, there are honestly aren't that many exploits right now, so I'd wait and hesitantly recommend Rusher Hack just because there's not very many exploits right now. An E-chest with a bed. Interesting. Makes me think this is a hunter trail. Oh my goodness, I went straight into a wall. Luckily, I have priority queue. Right now I'm on 1.21.1. Interesting, right on the 1.12 chunks. Oh, they dropped some totems. I might take those along. As well. Another bed. Oh, there's some more loaded chunks over here. This isn't gonna be fun to hunt. The map mod is Zeros, and the two add-ons are Zeros Plus and Zeros World Map. No problem. Yeah, there's nothing, no loaded chunks there, unfortunately, but straight into a geode. Thank you. I may fly down this 1.12 trail in the overworld if this rejoins. A little bit suspect. I think I'm going to. Scaffold is so broken in this server. Like, what the fuck? My god, the portal really sent us deep. There we go. Gonna let me line up with the portal. We're gonna do a little trail hunting on here. I need to grab some food real quick, so I'm gonna wait on this before I get trails, so I will be right back. Yeah, I got some food cooking. I don't see anything we have passed. Oh, we did pass 1.12 terrain. I will go back for that. Yeah, this will probably be the last set of chunks I'm checking. Hopefully it's something. No, I actually like, that's one of my favorite things about TBTT is how old it is, honestly. Like these chunks I'm going back to here are old chunks, so who knows how long ago they were loaded or what we're gonna find in them. It hasn't been visited in 119 yet because it's totally covered in red. Yeah, it's definitely possible to start in 2025. Yes, I am still flying around Lozozo. These are probably the last chunks I'm gonna check. It says it in the top left, but I'm about 6.5 million away, maybe a little bit more. It doesn't look like there's gonna be anything here. Yeah, they actually came out here and did nothing. That's crazy. Okay, well that's unfortunate find for the end of the stream being a crafting bench and another rack on the ground. Unless... Actually, to be fair, like, this isn't near any spawners. Do you think there's anything in here? Not near any spawners. So I can't tell by activated. That creeper. Nope. Waste of time. Oops. Okay, I think this is where I'm gonna end off the stream for tonight. I've been streaming for 5 hours. It's not bad. But thanks for tuning in, everyone. Appreciate everyone chatting. It's made my hunting more entertaining. I'll be back either tomorrow, Sunday, or next weekend. But once again, I'll see y'all later. Peace.